Hi. Hello, everyone. Yeah, so this is a thing that is happening. When got the idea for this, I was like, it's perfect. Yes, of course. I've wanted to do this for so long. Oh, yeah, it is certainly happening. Now, of course, there was a little bit of clickbait that was being used, not gonna lie, not gonna lie. Can I actually make a hentai myself? No. I do not know how to animate or anything like that. But what I can do is I can design the characters, I can design the plot, and maybe even write it. So that's what we're going to be doing today. And, wait, desync? Desync. Oh no. I think it's just you. This is the same settings we use all the time. But, point is, yeah, that's what we're going to be doing here. So we are going to actually, hang on a sec. One moment. Let's fix this. How did I do this before? No. There we go. Okay. All right. So, here's. Let's see. Let's take this. That. There we go. Okay. All right. So, you might be able to see the title and kind of get what I'm going for here. Someone actually guessed it on the Discord. Yes, I am absolutely trying to recreate my Domekano experience, but in fiction. Yeah, so technically it's more designing an erotic short story. Exactly. I have been floundering a bit with regards to what to write about for my writing group. Don't worry. I've made sure that they would be comfortable reviewing something like this. But yeah, so I've wanted to write spicy, smutty stuff for a while. And I actually just recently had my first experience with it since the old like fan fiction days, right? And it was actually really great. I had been holding back because I didn't want to like actually wait, hang on. The stream title isn't quite right. I think. Designing a hentai with chat. There we go. That's proper. But I'd held back. I hadn't written anything steamy because I was convinced that it was going the experience and the actual like product that I would make would be super cringe and I would just absolutely hate it. No, I'm not going to do that. But then I was like, okay, but I really want to. So I gave it a shot, and once I got into it, it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed writing it. I didn't cringe or anything like that, and while it definitely would need to be polished and worked on, I actually quite liked what I produced, right? So, then today, I was thinking about Domestic Girlfriend, as I often do, because I really do love that series. I really do. I know people meme on it, but like, I I think that series captured something absolutely wonderful with the passion and gumption that it, you know, took to its story. So we're gonna be trying to recreate that here. We're gonna be going over like characters and settings and things like that. Get all of your uh, steamy scenario ideas bubbling, right? Because I'm gonna be looking for those. So, um, let's see. Let's make this a little bit bigger so it's easier for y'all to read. There we go. All right. Objective. Create a steamy story outline. Priorities. Let's do this as a list. Spice and okay. All right. So, this is I would say the three main things that I'm wanting to have in here. So, characterization, like, cause okay, when I think of, well, actually, let's. Why I loved Domekano. So if I were to list the main reasons why I love Domekano, there were a few, but they would be series went very hard with the spice. That's how I got brought into it, right? Oh, you know, you're becoming sisters with the girl you slept with and your sensei, right? But it also took itself seriously. That's a very important one, I think, because when I think about like hentai and, you know, porn and things like that, there's always that kind of like, okay, we know what this is about, like when it comes right down to it, right? You want to get to the steamy stuff, so all of this is kind of just pretense, you know? And the trouble with that is that then I feel like it ends up being something where I can't actually be invested and immersed in what's happening, right? So, I'll put a little note in here. So you got to have the spice, and you got to have it to where it's like, no, 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 this is a serious thing, we promise, right? Because otherwise, when you have a situation where it's like, oh yeah, you're in love with the teacher, and you lose your virginity to this girl, and then they happen to be sisters, and they're moving in, and now you're related, like otherwise that just sort of becomes something to laugh at, right? But because you end up having because it takes itself seriously, even though it's a ridiculous premise, right? The logic of the world and the situations are ridiculous. You end up getting something where the spice isn't just about what happens as far as the, sexual encounters the characters might have with each other, but it's actually about the soap opera drama of it, right? Yeah, the setup's super important. Exactly. Yeah, you want it to tease and give you some rewards sometimes. Well, and that's one of the things that I feel like it's so unfortunate that it ends up happening this way in hentai and porn a lot of the time, is that oftentimes when there are those types of stories that will actually like do just a little bit of sincere setup and maybe even take longer with the setup, it can kind of like build get like an extra bit of respect from the audience because you're like, oh hey, you're actually trying, right? But that's a rare thing, so series went hard with the spice, it took itself seriously. And then what would be the other thing? Oh, I actually cared about the characters. So this is this third one. So the caring about the characters, right? That's not something that can necessarily be quantified or controlled and all of that stuff, right? But what my objective here is to basically work with you guys and have like a back and forth where we basically talk about some of our favorite things with regards to spice and well, yeah, mainly spice. but also like figuring out what is a good level of like ease of access, because you don't want to have like you don't want to have something where it gets so specific with the spice that it's like, okay, if this is like your thing, then it's great, but if it's not, you just, like it needs to kind of be inherently spicy. And then what I'll do is I'll take what we come up with here, and then I'll use that as inspiration and a springboard to then add my own things that I enjoy and narrative to that, right? So when I'm writing this, obviously I'm going to want, to care about the characters. I'm going to want them to feel like real people and stuff. So, you know, if I make it so that I have the thing that's the ultimate perfectly spicy type situation and all that stuff, then I feel fairly confident that I'll be able to add all of the other goodies in there that will make it, be something more than just spice on its own. Okay, so um let's see. Ideas for character setting. Um well, no, that doesn't quite work. Okay. So obviously there's going to be a limit to how crazy we can get with this with the detail that we talk about these things. But these are going to be the main things that we're gonna be going for, and then yeah, honestly, love some wholesome moments. Yeah, exactly. You got to have the wholesome. Like, well, actually, I'm gonna put here in a specific thing for Domicano. Um, uh, Momo's episode 5, brought the wholesome and made me show seriously. All right, surprised me with the wholesome and made me take the show seriously. So that last one there, if you haven't watched Domestic Girlfriend, I recommend you check it out. It's a lot of fun. The show definitely has its problems. The manga is vastly superior, but this kind of last point here is my personal favorite bit with I'll bold it just cuz that is my favorite kind of experience with anime or stories really in general. And I've watched, me, I've watched a lot of anime and things like that. But this ends up, if a story can get me with this kind of experience, then I'm sold, right? I become absolutely supremely invested in it. I mean, hey, Valentine's Day being tomorrow might have a part of this. Maybe. Um yeah, so uh let's see. Uh Protagonist. Yeah. I'm used to writing on this keyboard. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking as far as characters. So yeah, we got our protagonist. We got to have that. I think most of this is like from anime that I've watched, right? But I think you can't really get much bigger than having like two, like having a love triangle basically, unless you're going into like full like harem type situation. But for maximum angst and tension and all of that stuff and drama, I think you really can't have more than three core characters. If you have two core characters, then you tend to not have much drama. Three core characters, great. Once you add that fourth in there, they're kind of a third wheel, fourth wheel. They're the Momo characters. They're the actually, let's actually put this in here. Um, so, and then but yeah, if you look at a lot of anime, there will be that kind of third love interest character that doesn't really have a shot, but oftentimes because of that, um, you can have a lot more things happen with them because it's not necessarily tied to like the end, the ending plot of the story, right? So, protagonist. Generally, I would say, as much as we rag on the self-insert protagonists, the kind of like blank slates, um, because they don't have a shot, they don't really have to stay single or do nothing. Yeah, exactly. They can do all kinds of things. So, uh, insert ish. So we want them to be a bit of a self-insert for ease of access, but then also so one of the other things. Oh, actually, let's see. Losing virginity. All right. So, one of the other things that I think Domestic Girlfriend did a really good job of is actually its start. Um, having the show start with Natsuo losing his virginity, it tells you what kind of show it is, right? That it's going to be, romance, but it's going to be a bit more complicated and it's going to move things a bit faster than like your traditional romance, right? A lot of romances don't even get to this point in anime, right? This is where the story starts, though. And then, of course, because he was a virgin, you knew exactly what this meant. Well, not exactly. You knew in general what this could mean and the way that it could make the story interesting slash complicated moving forward, right? And then they go into more of the context of exactly how it happened, because they do an immediate res, and then you get to see, the establishment of the setting and all those things. That I feel like was a really great way to get the to get the to have your cake and eat it with regards to like the porn situation where it's like, do you go immediately into the steamy stuff or do you give the setup? In this case, you kind of got both. So, right now, let's focus on the main character. I want them to be fairly self-insert-ish, but I'm flexible here. Main character be a girl. That is an idea. So, let's just do this here. Sure. Yeah, that could make things extra interesting. Okay, yes. Have them be a Chad. One of the reasons why this I think is a good idea. helps drive the story. Since this is a story about, like, or in these types of situations, the story is kind of about sex and all the stuff that goes around with that. You don't want to have the like, if you look at romances where sex is an active part of it versus where it's not, there will generally be a big difference in the uh, level of energy that the protagonist introduces into the narrative, right? Because if you have a story where like the characters aren't actually supposed to have sex or be shown having sex or anything like that, right? Or it's not supposed to happen anytime soon, then it doesn't really work if you have a character who is very confident or um, taking action in that regard, right? But that's one of the other things that can be fresh if you have a story that is steamy, is that things happen, right? The bucking of convention of like the regular like romance tropes and things like that, right? Okay, so let's uh so yeah, there's the childhood friend idea. There's the well, I'll just there's the we're talking about Domicano. There's the teacher idea. There's the um uh uh no- there's not related by blood. There's what's some of the other things that we could potentially put in here? Oh, rival. Yes, yes. Enemies to lovers. Good shout. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ooh, ex-girlfriend. Sure. Uh poor co-ed college roommates. And they were roommates. All right, let's get some other stuff. What do we got here? Uh sure. I'm not as much of a fan of that one, but yeah. Junie. Um Coworkers. Yes. Um uh sure. This encounter. Hmm. Yes. Boss or subordinate. Yep, great point. That's kind of like the teacher situation, but a bit different. Ooh, arranged marriage partner. All right, I like it. I like it. Neighbors. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's very similar to the childhood friend kind of situation. Buying the same item, just one left, and it's an item that can be shared. Okay, I'm gonna put another category for interaction ideas. So one left. Um, let's see here. are not trapped together in a storm. Must let's see. Rescue, sick care. Oh. Mistaken text sent to the wrong number. Sure. Wrong number. Okay. Wrong number. There could be some other things with that too. Uh, Wrong house. Wrong car. Sure. Maybe I'll put that under. That probably wouldn't be how they. I'm guessing that wouldn't be how they'd meet. But wrong car. That could be a funny thing to. Yeah. Sure. Meet at an orgy. That could definitely be a way to breach the. That's kind of similar to the friends with benefits situation, but that could be a way to breach the sex aspect, you know. And then you could get into like the weird stuff of like, oh, this isn't anything. This is a one-time thing, whatever, right? That could get similar. That could turn into a similar situation to like the Rui Natsuo thing, where it's the I don't actually like you. I actually like someone else, but we did still do this thing, and maybe it was kind of nice, and so maybe we keep doing that. Sure. Distance, and if we wanted to get fantastical, time. Hmm. Mutual fans of a hentai artist. I like it. I like it. Ooh, okay, yeah. Sure. Business rivals or enemies. That could be a more specific example of the rivals, the enemies to lovers, all that stuff. Yeah. Oh, okay. I like that as an interaction idea. Oh God, debt related plot. That could be sure. I mean, yeah. The oh no, officer, what can I do? So here's one thing. Well, okay. So one of the things that I also let's see where would this be? So or too serious. Um, something like unwilling sex worker, that kind of gets into the like too serious, takes over the story, like, because if you don't actually have it take over the story, then you aren't actually able to then this becomes a problem, right? And then suddenly your immersion like gets broken, and in addition to just potentially it being uncomfortable and stuff, right? Yakuza, sure. Yakuza crime, etc. Um, oh no, totally, no worries. This is all, it's all about communication and things like that. No worries at all. That's one of the things that I was like, when I was thinking about the idea of this stream, I was like, oh, that's totally something that will end up happening because everyone has like different tastes and stuff for, for porn and things like that. Striking that balance of like talking about that kind of stuff without like, without making it like uncomfortable for people or whatever. So yeah, yeah. Um, uh, sure. Vacation happenstance is just what I'll say. Nude models are a classic as well. Really? Hmm. Um. Oh God, a porn author and a fan. Oh Jesus. Oh, that could. I mean, I guess creator and fan. That's a that's a whole other power dynamic. Deserted island. Okay, I'll put that under interaction ideas. Deserted island. Nude model and artist. Sure. Paint me like one of your French girls. Yeah. Yeah. Language barrier. Sure. That'd be up here. It's more something fundamental than a specific interaction. Okay, yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be a deserted island. Sure, sure, sure. Um, yeah, trip together. Um, like there's all the kind of relationship stuff that can happen here. Hey, glad you're having fun, Rowan. Okay. Oh, sure. Yeah, married or dating. Yeah, maybe it's something where it's like they break up and then they get back together. That could be a fun way that you have it like also be really sweet. Although I could see that being something that could remove some of the spice of it, because then it's like it's not a first, It's like, oh, they're already like, used to each other or things like that. Swingers, I feel like that goes into the orgy type situation or friends with benefits. Similar enough at the very least. Okay, what are some other, so I feel like we have a pretty solid number of like oh wait. It's probably a better word for it. Okay. So yeah, relationship dynamics. Okay, but interaction ideas. I can say item, colorful warmth, rescue, sick care, wrong car, um, recreating favorite hentai scenes, deserted island, trip or vacation together, meeting family. Um, oh, well, actually, this would more be up here. Well, no, it could be down here. Um, uh, fake boyfriend or girlfriend. It's the oh no, we have to pretend that like this is a thing that's happening. Oh yeah, yeah, that's similar to the cuddling for warmth, but yeah, forced to share hotel. Uh, room for the night. Hmm. Right. Oh yes, and that's a must. Absolute must. School trip. Sure. I guess that wouldn't be here. That'd be up here. Well. Hmm. Uh. Yeah. That could be. Where was that? Actually, this would be. Eh. This would more be up here. Hmm. Ooh, yes, absolutely. And ideally, if it's not necessarily to cheer the other person up, but like having it be the earlier, if you can make it work, the earlier, the better. If you can make it, if you can sell it. Yes, truth or dare. Yeah, consolation. Sure. Um, hmm. Yes. Partnered up or grouped together. Yeah, I like it. Hmm. Oh, because I mean, hey, domestic girlfriend, right? It is a wealth of wisdom and information to go from. It's a form of sick care in a way. Um, uh, sharing a bath. Yes, that's true. That is something that Domekano definitely did. Um, ooh, Touching hand by mistake. Sure. Ooh, talking together so long. Ooh, yes, 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 yes. Is that how you spell veneer? Oh, I feel like any anime in this sector is very backwards, and therefore there's nothing too out there. That yes, I would definitely agree. Grand Power. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Eating the food off your plate. Yes. Hmm. Sure. Yes, absolutely. I love this one. Cooking together, just in general, whether you're talking like romance or just hanging out with friends and stuff, that is that is so much better than any kind of like going out and like getting a meal at a restaurant or whatever. Like it is. That is one of my absolute favorites. Ooh, hiding together. Yes. Yes, and then they have to like get really close to each other and stuff. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sure. I'll wrap that up in supernatural connection. Not a fan of that one, but like that's one of those ones that feels like it takes your target audience age and just lowers it by like a couple years just on its own. Helping each other for practical reasons. Can relate to their characteristics. One is big and strong, one is smart, etc. Sure. Uh, yeah, 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 yeah. Stuck in a time stopped world together. Massaging one another. Yeah, that's a great point. Toradora went into that without even really like. Oh man, I'm just gonna put a note of it here. Toradora, Taiga, on. So there's this scene in Toradora where the two of them. Oh wait. Oh shoot. Um. So there's this beautiful scene in Toradora where the main two characters. It's a like we'll help each other even though we don't like each other to like get with the people that we actually like kind of situation, right? And they're kind of just like stumped. They've been trying things and nothing that they've been trying has been working. And they're like sitting. Taiga's sitting on a couch. Ryuji's sitting on the floor in front of her, and she just starts like they're like frustrated, and she starts with like kicking him in the back of the head, right? It's like baka, all that stuff, right? And then but then she sort of relaxes, and then her feet just sort of slide down to his back, and then she just sort of starts rubbing his back with her feet, right? One of those little things that the characters are completely unaware of, but like the audience, as the audience, you see it, and you're like, oh, oh yeah, Not realizing their own feelings. Oh yeah, you gotta have the wholesome. You gotta have the wholesome with the sexy, right? Like with the steamy and all that stuff. Like it brings so much more out of it. Indirect kiss. Okay, I huh. I mean, it's working together to help makes things grow, or um. Okay, I'll sum this up. Actually, uh, we working on passion project together. Gardening. What would be some other examples of passion projects that you might work, like that a character might work with another person on? Because it's like, you know, or yeah, sure. Yes, cosplay. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's a great point. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I haven't invested this much into effort into brainstorming something in years. I mean, hey, huh? See, it's like you think like, oh, working on a porno, right? And then it's like, oh wait, no shit. What if we were actually like taking this seriously? See you, Shads. Okay. That one's maybe too specific for this, but let's get the general one of that. Um, Trying to communicate feelings in roundabout ways. Flowers. Um, Contract with a succubus. Sure. Put some more space in here. I mean, hey, yeah. Okay, so, hmm. Let's actually hang on. For the sake of organization, let's move this to here. All right. So then, okay, let's get into this. All right, hit me with it. I feel like rich person slash butler maid that gets into boss territory, which is already listed. Sure. Yep, I'm personally a fan of that one. Um, well, or sure. We'll put those as two different ones. Because public, you can have it be in public, but like secret, right? And that can be, um, sure. Uh, there's Sundere. There's the what would this be for like with like hentai? It's like gyaro and stuff, but like just the ah uh uh. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. That moment when you realize that domestic girlfriend actually did this because you literally have Natsuo walking it. Oh wait. Oh, that's um oh yeah, I mean walking in on is always great. Yeah. Yeah, first time chatter coming in with NTR. I mean, hey, there you go. Um uh oh, sure. Um Bikini over one piece tan line. So just tan line. Toys. Yep. Um, BJJ, as in Brazilian Jiu Jitsu. Exactly. Oh, well, actually, no. This would be down here. Let's be real. Sure. Edging. Absolutely. I honestly want more streams like this. See, awesome. Thank you for saying so. You know, because I feel like this is just one of those things that people don't often like talk about or get into, but like, come on, like a lot of us are very interested in this type of thing, so let's have it be a point of conversation. You know, Jacob, this is not what I thought I'd do on a Monday evening, but boy, if I haven't thought harder and brainstormed more than I am right now. Yeah, this is very fun. Glad you're having fun. Puppy play. Sure. Um, See, that's the whole point, Psychronia. Orgasm control. Yeah, sure. Um, exactly, FN. That could be a way to get people more interested in it. Sure. Yeah, sports. Hmm. Ooh, yes. I mean, sure. Well, okay, that's I mean, yeah, that's all already kind of listed up there, but yeah, there could be some crossover. Well, nah, it's already up there. Praise kink? Sure, yeah. Well, okay. Let's this one is one that I might have. Rain or water, sure. Leather, uh what opposite of praise? What would be the word for opposite of praise? Where it's like the like, berating somebody. Humiliation. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, humiliation, shame. Degradation. Yeah. Um well, that'd be hang on. Let's let's do this properly. Uh, um ooh. Sure. Yeah, clothing damage. Hmm. Oh, uh, dirty talk. Can't believe it came. It took that long to get that one. Sensory play. Yes. Oh no, no. I get it. Like I, anyone who's watched any of Corpse's videos knows that sometimes people just have crazy, sexy voices. Huh. Sure. Yeah. Oh. Uh. I feel like there's a better word for that. Ooh. Yeah. There we go. As far as how extreme we're going, I mean, we don't want this to be too extreme, but like, I'll let you know if it's getting a bit too far. Right, excessively spicy. Exactly. Because it's not just like whether it's too extreme. If it's something that's too specific too, then that's something where it's like, okay, you know, that doesn't quite work as well, right? Because when you think about how something like this would be like distributed, right? If the person doesn't actually like it wouldn't be like an actual on an actual porn website where you can just like search tags or look at tags or things like that. I mean, theoretically you could have a tag list, but uh yeah, that's yeah. Uh uh sure. So how many episodes are we thinking? Well, so this is this is well actually hang on. Maybe put this up here. That's the main goal. That's the main goal. Oh, gotcha. A flower used as a dildo? What? Yes, absolutely. Muscles, yes. No, that's absolutely a thing. I have definitely gone to the all right, and hentai muscles tag. Okay, let's see what we got here. Ooh, yes. Well, okay, let's positions. Um, missionary. Uh, sex tasks for surviving. While sex, sure. Mm. Uniform. Good point. That's a yeah, yeah. That's good. Mm-hmm. Sweat, sure. Ah, yeah. Can't forget the good old 69. Yep. Um. Aw- Awkward hand job. Oh man. Oh, I like that. That I'm not sure which category to put it in, but that could be. I feel like there could be narrative fun that could come from that. Oh sure. Yeah. It doesn't necessarily need to be hand job specifically. Oh. Uh. We already have a variant of standing sex. Could make for some fun effort trying to stand up straight and not have your knees buckling. If we go with the rivals enemies dynamic, it could play into an endurance test. Sure. Are yes, okay, that's true. I'll put it where was edging. It was edging. See, the trouble is, you guys are saying things, and I don't actually know. I don't recognize them, and then I don't actually know, like, if you guys are being serious or if you're just fucking with me. Toothbrushing. Oh God. Um. Contest. Okay. Yes. Yes, yeah. Well, this should. That's not necessarily a position. That can be done in different positions. Um. I mean, that's under BDSM. Face sitting, yes! Yes! How could we forget this? Yeah. We can make the greatest shitpost ever if we all work together. I mean, like, we got. Oh yeah, right. Yeah. Yes, all of these is definitely too much, but it's things that can then like we get a list and then we can like filter down and hone in on what works, right? Shitpost. No, this is gonna be a masterpiece. Exactly. Ooh. Um, that's. Uh, correction. All of these are too much for the first chapter. Now you're thinking. Okay. That's true. Mm-hmm. We'll see. Yeah, Wheel of Time length erotic novel series incoming. The thing is that like I adored Domestic Girlfriend so much, even though it wasn't actually like a hentai, right? But it had the hentai like plot set up and everything, and it did have those spicy half chapters. If you get the characters and the situation right. Oh wait, I put those in positions. Thanks for that catch. Um, if you get the situation and the characters and stuff to be spicy and engaging and things like that, theoretically, like, yeah, exactly, it's etchy, right? But it's etchy, but like, but the from a plot standpoint, it is very much like the this is a hentai. It follows hentai logic. All of that sort of stuff. Okay, so I guess we don't really need this. That we kind of already did that. Oh, that's true. Um, Tentacles. I'll put that under kinks. Yeah. Um. Yes. Hmm. Outdoor. Yes. Yeah, that's a kind of a form of public, but yeah, yeah, yeah. We're getting some good stuff here. Dry humping and grinding are pretty similar. That's true. Technically, that could be done in different positions. Wait, DP? Oh, double penetration. Right. That just goes into licking. Did we not have licking on here? Oh, I think we had it as a subsection of like. Yeah. We had it as a subsection of like earplay. Sure. Marking. Okay, yeah. That could be. Platonic. I mean, hey, yeah. Brotherhood forged in shared tags goes beyond gender. Yeah, clawing. Yeah, I guess did we not have biting? Yeah, I don't think we did. Do we? I think we have group stuff. Welcome to the stream, Blackhole Face. Welcome. Oh, when you think group, you always think of 3+. Okay, so sure. Sure, spanking. Yeah. It's kind of BDSM, but not really. Not really. Like we have choking on here, so yes, I wish that was more of a tag. Like yeah. Hmm. Nah, I mean Mind break, yes, that is a tag. That's not something that we're putting in here. Casually eating ice cream. Okay, food play. My mind is already broken up from this stream. Thank you very much. That's what we're here for. We should just write a code and crawl the text from ntai at this point. Uh, oh, Ahagao, how did. Yes. Yes. How could we forget that? Neglect play. Wouldn't that be kind of oh yeah, gender swaps, I might as well have body swap. Wouldn't that be a form of like edging or denial? No, I'll put it on here just in case. Shared senses. Yes, nicknames. Yes, 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 yes. Hmm. Hang on one sec. I'll be right back. Um, I have dinner in the oven. We in this for the long haul, baby. All right. Okay, so I think this is good for now. Got a chicken pot pie from Costco. One of those like big take and bake ones. I absolutely love them. So, now that we got this, let's figure out the setting. So, in general, I'm thinking I want this to be real world. That tends to like make the thing spicier, you know? So, let's. This is very hot. Ooh. Sure. Uh, Present day. So, I'm also going to be just eating this for a little bit. Hey, backseat. We getting into cultured stuff. Sure. All right. See you in a bit, Lemur. Yeah, shared apartment. I'm liking these ideas. I feel like these are good ones because they're fairly general, you know. Inside a whale. Yeah, no. Um. Well, okay. So, what I'm. Okay. Let's. Karaoke, sure. So, main uh the specific ideas like these are good, but I do want to figure out this. Like, so for a lot of, anime, things like that, high school, right? That's the place where the characters can be. It's at a time in their life where they'll generally be like having a lot of firsts and stuff, so the emotions will run high and all that. But like, I want to I want to default. Oh yeah. That is, well, okay, so they're not fundamentally different, but like for instance, uh yeah, right. Exactly. Rural countryside. City. Um sure. Hmm. Actually. Hmm. Oh, sure. Okay. I think I'm actually going to take a break for a little bit here so I can just relax with eating. So, going to go a bit more philosophical here. Why do you guys like porn? And yes, there's the obvious answer of like, yes, me horny, right? But like, why do you like it? What are some of your favorite aspects of it? Not in like specifics, but like in general, right? What makes you drawn to it? What makes you really enjoy something when you think of your favorites? What comes to mind? Watch it for the plot. That human connection, especially if two people are really into each other. Sure, yeah. Right. Uh yeah, I can. I like the art style. I mean, yeah. Sure. Yeah, a complete story that starts and ends within about 50 pages. Yep, that is a great point. The fantasy. Things can get really spicy that I wouldn't really want to do myself. Absolutely. Hmm. I watch way more amateur content than scripted because it feels more naturalistic and sincere. Like if something awkward happens and they just corpse or goof around. Yeah. There's some comedy to it, I guess, the sheer unrealism to a lot of it. That was one of the things that helped a lot with Domestic Girlfriend for me. It was hilarious. And then suddenly I'm finding myself getting invested. Can have some hilariously weird premises. Oh, yeah. Morbid curiosity. If I see that two people are really happy with each other, it makes the enjoyment and climax, as well as my climax, more enjoyable. Yeah. For the ridiculous setting that will never happen in real life. Mm. Because, damn it, why can't we have a muscly medieval warrior woman crush our face between her thighs? Mm. Also, with animated specifically biological impossibilities. That's a great point. Yeah. To feel a bit less empty inside. Ugh. Yes, the comment sections of a bunch of people on Post Nut Clarity is pretty great. What? Beast from Another World doesn't exist? Yeah. Question, is watching porn after marriage cheating? I mean, I think fundamentally you can say no because it's like they are two different things. However, like if that's something that you agree to your, like, if you promise your partner that you're not going to do it and then you do it, well, then that'd be cheating, I guess, right? Or it'd be a form of cheating. And yes, couples can absolutely watch together. Or just, some couples might not mind if their partner does it. Also, there's this one hella slow hentai manga that just now, after years and 200 pages, getting to the actual sexy stuff and watching the comments pop off, now that the payoff is here, is great. Uh, Rowan, could you post the digits of that one if you feel comfortable with that? Because that sounds like something I'd want to potentially check out. Well said, Secronia. The real couples are able to give each other recommendations. Yeah, that's the relationship goals right there. Yep. That's a big ass piece of chicken. Completely separate to the topic that we've been discussing. Costco chicken pot pies. They're take and bake ones that are seasonal, by the way, so get them while you can. They're still fucking delicious. Like, I'm pretty sure the chicken is just leftovers from like the rotisserie chickens if people don't buy them that day or whatever. And like big old chunks of like real meat. And it's just, oh. Mm. My family usually sticks to the cheap compact ones for quick snacks. My family did that for a long time too. But oh man. Oh man. You can't go back once you have one of these. Hmm. Ah, yes. For the acting. Hmm. Um, I don't know, Cychronia. There might end up needing to be page limits, but um, if certainly if it's something where like there's the actual page count of like the, you know, and then there's the like, but if it's like a collection of a bunch of smaller pieces, then you could have like a, you know, a subsection of it. Well, I mean, hey, if you do have plans for Valentine's Day and you're hearing this stream, way to go. Apparently nothing special because I think we both forgot to ask someone to watch the kids. Ouch. Oh. Okay. Let me just. Mm-hmm. 438-087. Got it. You can be a DGen and also have a life. Absolutely. It's a series with multiple chapters. Just pick out one of the chapters and mention it's a series. Yeah. I would say. Well, okay. So there was one there was one that I read that was like a, you know, next door neighbors kind of a thing, you know, in college kind of premise. Really cool art style. I can't remember the digits or the name. Um, but like the girl had glasses and it was just super sexy and all that stuff. But apparently it was a multi-work series. I didn't realize that because they were all in separate chunks and everything. Um, but then I found out later and it was like, great, this is awesome. You know, it's like the gift that keeps on giving. Oh, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, exactly. Like it's good enough that it makes sense that that is something that you could actually like know which one I'm talking about, right? Um, but like I think I started with technically the second one, but I didn't actually need to know that it was a multi-work series, right? I was able to enjoy the second one just fine, you know, on its own. It stood on its own. And then when I found that there was a, you know, the first one, when I found the first one later, I was like, great. Oh, that was good. Man, those things are heavy though. The Costco chicken, take and bake chicken pot pies, they will they will put you to sleep. All right. So, what are you talking about? You think tax exemption rules are more important than remembering porn? Hmm. Elsan. So, the medium is going to be written because that's all the stuff I actually know how to do. And the reason is that I'm looking for more stuff to write as just like a fun challenge and stuff because I recently wrote my first erotic scene and I quite enjoyed it. And so this is something to give that I can have for myself to just write for my writing group and all that. Um, and then also because I really like Domestic Girlfriend and I want to take all the stuff that I loved about it and recreate it. or like recreate it from not from exact details, but like all of the things that made it good, like the general things, not necessarily the specific things. Okay, so um all right. So, relationship dynamic filtered list. So, let's start taking things from here. And start putting them in here so that we can narrow down how this is going to go. Hmm. And it can the final like situation can absolutely be multiple of these. So let me know if there's any that you think should be on here that I'm skipping past. I feel like we should pick the setting first to help the filter. Okay, yeah. I was thinking of that, but then I was wondering if I was getting a bit ahead of myself. So thanks for the feedback. Okay, so setting. Real world, present day. What do we want from here? Uh, I feel like all of these are pretty solid. Bar. What the? Okay. How much exposition are you gonna have? Um, that's that. I don't know. That I feel like that's not as much of a. I don't want to have a lot. You know, exposition. I feel like is one of those things where you avoid it when possible, but sometimes you gotta have it. Um, because I don't want to have too much exposition, and I want it to be more immediately able to immediately relatable. I don't want to have it be like a fantastical setting or things like that where exposition is a lot more needed. College town, nice mix of school, dorm, rural area, small cast to focus on and really flesh out. Okay, I like that. Um, so let's not do this. Well, okay, let's place this down. No. Mm, um, the things about like roommates and things like that that will be working out with the character dynamics. So I really like the idea of the college town. Um, yeah, dorm life could. Okay, so if we narrow down from college town, like, because like okay, so Grand Blue College, right? But it's more about they're in the same club, they hang out at this other place, right? Dorms, I feel like could get into a situation where you could maybe have too many characters. Um, if you do dorm mates, that could get very interesting. I am not familiar with Chivalry of the Failed Knight. Uh, I've heard of it, but I have not seen it. I was referring to shared living space, which is most often roommates. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Small dorm or just focus on the one hallway? Sure. Um, if it's a small town, that could explain co-ed dorms. You know, it's like the school's too small to actually have like. Well, if it's a college. Hmm. Yeah, exactly. Not enough money to build a second dorm. Yep. Sometimes they divide male female by floor though. Sure. Yeah, and if it was less than floors, that'd be yeah. Hmm. I mean, I don't. I have never had a dorm experience really. I didn't live in dorms. Closest thing that I had was living on the other side of the state for summer job. That's adult small then. I live in a small college town, and most of the dorms are still separated. I was in one of the few co-ed by wing. Ah, gotcha. So it's just different sides of the building. Sure. Oh, it's awfully small. Ah, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. So I think the college town of the dorm. I think that is a winner as far as like the setting and stuff. And I have always wanted there to be more college uh age setting stories. Well, if we divide it by floors, we could have the man or woman happen to be +1 over the room limit and have to harem. I mean, floor all to him or herself. My college was about 600 to 1,000 undergrads. Our dorms are co-ed. Okay, all right. So we go with this. Then what we could do is we could make it so that reasons why dorm uh, is hmm. So you could get a situation where okay, all right. Uh, childhood friend constantly hanging out together. Um, uh, sleeping with roommate. Um, uh, hmm. Weird overflow problem. because with two you could have uh, love interest and friend rival in the same room. Unpack that a bit more. Are you talking about the like best friend rival kind of a, like platonic rival, romantic rival, like bureaucratic fuck up? Sure. Thank you, autocorrect. Sure. I will say, I will say, I did have a situation where I was uh although this is a much smaller scale situation, so that's just sort of how it would have to be. But I went on a trip when I was like 19 to like Australia and New Zealand for 6 weeks, just by myself, backpacked around and things like that. But when I went to New Zealand, they had these like tour buses, and you would basically get in a bus with a bunch of other people, and they would kind of just tour you around New Zealand, right? Tour you around the island, and you would get to know the people very well. And anytime you wanted, you could hop off and wait for the next bus to come through and hop onto that one or whatever. And as a result of this, you got very close because you would also be sharing rooms together. And oftentimes, like they would, keep things. They would try and keep it from being co-ed when they could. But when you would like go to a hostel and it's like, okay, the rooms are like can fit 8 people or 6 people or something like that. Oftentimes you're just, you know, that you would just have a situation where it's, guys and girls in the same room, right? No big deal. But I remember at one point I was the only guy in a room of like 7 other girls, and it was interesting. It was interesting. They were very surprised when it's like, oh yeah, all the girls' shoes, they're like this big, or whatever, and then size 14 hiking boots. I would just play League in a hotel lobby all night. Jacob was almost a harem protag. No, literally, with some of these situations that I've been in, not that like I was harem protag as far as like people liking me, but I've had some crazy situations. The first time I got a summer job, right? I was 14. Went over to stay with my grandma on the other side of the state. Got the summer job, ice cream, candy shop, and all that stuff. That summer, for some reason, I was the only male employee of these people. They probably had like 15 employees, maybe 18 or so. I was the only guy there. All the rest of them were girls. Like that. That's the kind of situation where you wouldn't believe it if it was introduced as like a harem, like premise or whatever. You just kind of laugh at it and be like, okay, yeah, yeah, whatever. My dorms back in college were old as shit, so there were a few huge rooms that had 3 people in it. So if the dorms are old with overflow, you could have a male, male, female, or male, female, female room. Sure. Yeah, I was almost a harem protag. Yeah. Wait, I already said that. But yeah, so what with this? hmm, I kind of like the idea of the bureaucratic fuck up. I kind of like it's because okay, so all right, so this is where I feel like we can go back to the domestic girlfriend inspiration. So one of the things, the reason that domestic girlfriend was able to be so fun for me is because while it took itself seriously, there was this notion that like these situations were ridiculous. This is silly. This is crazy. That's part of the point, right? So suspension of disbelief can kind of be like left at the door because the whole point is that this is unbelievable. And then you see how these characters try and believably handle this unbelievable situation, right? So if we bring the porn plot, the porn setup, into this, right? It doesn't necessarily need to be a logical or likely scenario that causes the stuff to happen, right? So I really like the bureaucratic fuck up idea because it's the, oh, it's plausible that that could happen, but, you know, all of a sudden, okay, here you are, right? When I went on a big school trip with friends at high school, I remember once waking up hungover in bed with two of my girlfriends. Nothing happened, of course, but it does happen. Wow. Yeah. Was more focused on the amount of roommates or size of dorm room apartment because it changes the dynamics a lot. As in, you could have a multiple players in close vicinity. The friend, the romantic rival, the friend who is also a romantic rival. Okay, sure. Yeah, I like it. I like it. One of the other things I do want. Okay, so um, one thought that I have with this is, you know, bureaucratic fuck up, right? You know, the main character ends up in a room with, you know, one person of the opposite sex, maybe multiple people, and you know, maybe it's just the one that's the romantic interest, maybe it's several of them, depending on, you know, how many characters you want and all that stuff. But going back to the domestic girlfriend stuff, the premise and the situation for the two uh, female leads, Rui and Hina, fundamentally different, right? One, and maybe that's one of the things that helps stack up the unlikeliness of it all, because I feel like if you just have something that's sort of unlikely, then there can be a level where you don't necessarily know if you're supposed to take it seriously or whether you're just supposed to be like, no, it's a silly thing that happens, go with it. But when it's the, no, I'm in love with my teacher, I lose my virginity to this random girl I've never met and I'm never going to see again. Oh, they're both sisters. Oh, and my dad married their mom. Oh, and we're all living together now, right? Like that makes it very clear that it's supposed to be ridiculous, right? I heard people say your gold standard is 298 547. Is it true? Um, I I don't have the digits memorized off the top of my head. If that's the one that I'm thinking it is, it's my gold standard, not with respect to the hentai as a whole, but it is my gold standard when it comes to character banter and like dialogue and stuff, right? Because that's one of the things that is very important to me as far as like selling me on the situation. Uh, it is most most hentai dialogue is atrocious, absolutely atrocious. And that is immersion breaking for me to say the least. Your dad marrying the mother of the random girl you had sex with is a bizarre coincidence. Your dad marrying the mother of your teacher, who is also your crush, on top of that, is either fate or a deity laughing at you. Exactly, Psychronia. Yes, well said. Well said. Yeah. You know what my favorite hentai side characters are actually? Wingman parents. I wish that was its own tag even. Oh well, let's. I mean, I don't see why it can't be. I like it. Let's throw that in there. Yes, this is the tags list. Yeah, no, Wingman Parents is a lot of fun. I mean, Nino is best girl. Like, there's no question about that, right? Like, and you know what's one of the things that makes her best girl is because she's actually like direct and forward and upfront, right? That's that is attractive. That is engaging, right? Even separate from if you're invested in her as a character, you enjoy it because it helps move the story along. It helps you get progress, right? Objectively wrong, but okay. Oh, really? Tell me who you would say is better. See, I want to suggest that it would be a particular character, the girl with the headphones, but I don't even remember her name, so I can't. Sincerity is sexy. It is. It is. So back to topic. College town, dorm, all that good stuff, right? Miku, that's her name. Couldn't remember. there isn't a best girl in that series. That's fair, maybe, because. But there's a worst girl. The first girl that he runs into. Absolutely worst girl. Okay. So. All right. Okay. All right. So, introduction for one love interest. How can it be spicier? Because you can't just have it be a random girl that he meets there, right? What would be a way to make it so that it's not just the fact that it's a person, it's this person, right? It's the it's the it's the X, right? Well, okay, I'll just X pressure rejected protag lost virginity. Wouldn't want to do that because that's just straight up domestic girlfriend at that point. Something along these lines where it's the and ideally, I think the reason why also I would want so okay. Roommate's ex, best friend's ex, sure. So with domestic girlfriend, the setup is not one that actually seems like it would necessarily be a good thing. For us, the audience, we might be like, ooh, steamy stuff is going to happen here. But from the standpoint of Natsuo as a character, this is a disaster. This is an absolute, unequivocated disaster. He's becoming sisters or siblings with the girl he lost his virginity to and his teacher who he has an unrequited crush on, right? Absolute disaster. That makes things more fun for us because then we get to watch the characters squirm, right? We get to see them try and figure out what they're going to do in this situation where everything is thrown out of whack. They need to completely like rethink their life and their situation, right? So, in this case, if you have a bureaucratic fuck up and now roommates, right? How do you make that particularly juicy? Maybe uh love interest is enemies to lovers situation, right? They despise each other and then they're put in the same room together and it's like, what the fuck? Sister of best friend? Uh nah. So okay, sister of best friend, unless there's already a so okay, if there's already a crush situation going on there, then that could potentially be complicated. But if it's the sister of your best friend, that could almost be the best case scenario because it's like, okay, this is going to be weird, but at least it's someone that I know. And so, we'll be able to figure this out fairly well, right? It's not the stranger or the person that you have some other relationship with that would make things extra awkward, extra uncomfortable, extra spicy and dangerous, if that makes sense. He caught his ex cheating on him with her ex. Wait. Okay, I'm going to write this down so I don't forget it. So, that almost seems like it would be a form of a connection, a point of connection for them, right? Because they both got cheated on by their partners with each other, which could add to like spice setup or something like that, right? Or but like as far as how it would be bad, like maybe it's the that it would be the reminder of the cheating that happened that broke their heart and all that stuff. It's the girl he dated when he was a super cringy middle schooler. and we get these flashbacks to the old relationship. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. That and then they're both like, "Oh my god, I can't believe. Oh no, no." They're both like super crazy yeah, they were both super cringe and they're just like, "Oh god. Oh god. No. This is my actual nightmare." That could be a way to work in their exes and then they rekindle the flame and all that stuff. And that could also be interesting because if it was when they were middle schoolers, right? It's like maybe they would hold hands, right? Maybe they would kiss each other on the cheek or whatever. But they wouldn't like they didn't actually like they definitely didn't want to like go to that territory or anything, you know? I was a chuny and I desperately want to forget it. Yeah, and then suddenly, oh no, oh no. Yeah, that could be fun. That could be fun. And then you could have like the friend that knew about it, and then they're like, "Oh, good that we left that cringe behind, right?" Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, and then begin making out. Sure. One bullied the other. Yeah, that could make things all sorts of complicated. No, 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 David. We're not going to go full on love Chinibyo and other delusions. Mm-mm, mm-mm. That works when it's like, you know, first years in high school, maybe. Even though I'd still cringed a shit ton watching that show. In college, Um, okay. All right. All right. Now, work with me here. Maybe this is an absolutely terrible idea, but it might be just terrible enough to be good. I don't know. It might be a bit too out there. Okay. Childhood friend that found out that protagonist had the hots for their parent and like found out about it, right? Now, granted, that would be a one sided embarrassing type situation, you know? But that would be hella embarrassing. Now, that might be too specific as well, you know? Hmm. This is getting mathematical with all the combinations and sequences. I mean, hey, I see people diss domestic girlfriend because they believe that it was that it's bad writing. And I would fundamentally disagree with that. I think it's genius, fantastic writing to make a disastrous dumpster fire of a story. I feel like it should be something more personal for both people. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, if it's one sided, then that's yeah. I think hmm, exes from when they were in a relationship when they were super cringy and young. That I could see being. I think that might be my favorite so far. Although the both exes cheating on them with each other could also be interesting. The dude liked her mom, she liked his brother. I feel like the brother thing though wouldn't be as like hmm. At least for me, Domestic Girlfriend did what it set out to do, but what it set out to do was trash. And the thing is that is perfectly okay and fine, and it can still be a fantastic masterpiece even of a story if it does that. Twilight and 50 Shades of Grey got crazy popular, right? Now, granted, I would say with those cases, it um the skill of the writing is definitely lesser, and it's more just um zeitgeist stuff with regards to certain tags, right? Um, oh no, no, yeah, totally. I know you're talking your opinion, Rowan. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Oh, no, 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 nah, not stalker stuff. Nah. Just personally, I can recognize that it succeeded in what it set out to do. I just disagree with what it set out to do. Yeah, exactly. Right. And that's kind of the Twilight kind of example where it's the, you know, a thing isn't for you, but for the people that it is for, it's like it's perfect. One screwed the other one over in the past, like for a scholarship or in a competition or something. Sure, and that could be where the enemies to lovers bit comes in. GTS. What's that? Giant girls? What's the GTS stand for then? I mean, I don't have any problem with that, of course. Would that also be too one sided? I feel like it could be. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's think about it this way. If you have a situation where you have enemies to lovers, right? Enemies to lovers as a concept, I feel like works tends to work better in situations where the story is fantastical in some way, or extraordinary. That way, they can be actual enemies, right? Like life or death enemies, rather than just like people that don't like each other. But the don't like each other thing can happen. Pride and Prejudice is like I would say probably the biggest example of a classic enemies to lovers situation. Hmm. Ooh, what if the other, stereotypically the girl, is someone the protag had a fling with, like in high school, but the encounter was solely because she wanted to prove something to an ex, etc. Like it was emotionally kind of a bummer slash damaging for the MC. Sure, that's still a one-sided situation, but okay. I mean, if you're forced to spend the same tiny room with someone, you're gonna get to know them better, whether you want to or not. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. I remember a manga where the main couple somehow argued all the time because they were opposites, but also unexpectedly had perfectly aligned interests to the point of bringing the exact same home cooked bento from home. Jacob, do you need an artist to execute on these ideas? I would love an artist to execute on these ideas. I would absolutely love it. There have been so many times where I've been reading a hentai and I'm like, I love this art style. This person can't write for shit. Like, and yet because it's because that kind of stuff is anonymous, because obviously there's like there's no way to like contact them and be like, okay, can I fix it, please. You can just keep the art as it is, the way it is, and I will fix the dialogue. I will fix what's happening here to make it be good. The worse the dialogue, the better the art. That is how it oftentimes goes. Or watching. I love this art style. The animation and sense of motion is so biffed. That's why I don't really like watching hentai. The animation and sense of motion is I don't think I've ever really had a situation where I actually like enjoyed it. Like there was one where like it wasn't egregiously bad and I could kind of, just forget about it. But I'm actually gonna go do a nature check here. I'll be back in a little bit. Think on all this stuff, See you guys in a couple minutes. I'm from Australia. This was not the notification I expected to wake up to this morning. Well, I like to keep you all on your toes. I do agree with the fact that they necessarily don't have to have known each other in the past, but indeed get to know each other as roommates. Opposites attract is always a good option. Well said. That is a great point. Hmm. Maybe maybe you have some situation where like they're a friend of one of their friends, or for some reason they meet, like going off of the Pride and Prejudice angle, right? They meet for some reason in like socially, right? And just absolutely get off on the wrong foot. Now the problem is that that could then feel like melodrama, but if you then go from something like that to then, oh, they're in a room together and it's like, what? I want out, please stop. Ooh, take note of this one too, Rowan. Man, one that's great in art and writing is Bad Thinking Diary, a manhwa where the MC confesses that she had a wet dream about her best friend, unaware that her best friend is a closet lesbian with a crush on her. It's a college setting, good romance, excellent side characters. It's fucking great. That, I mean, okay. That's. Okay, sweet. Awesome. Just on manga decks. No digits required. Okay. Okie doke. He literally shat his pants next to her. No, not something that crazy. Ooh, you could also go for some sort of glow up story where the protagonist had a crush on one of the love interests when they were younger and confessed but was rejected. However, now the love interest is crushing on the protagonist, but he's less interested, sort of a thing. Okay, okay, that could be fun. Maybe a twist on the childhood bully story. He was the best friend of the person who bullied the love interest, but never stood up for the love interest, so they hate them. So, uh, I like that potentially. Only the negative points that I see about it is that that's inherently less energy than if they're the bully, which is why that kind of convention exists. Um, Two, it inherently introduces a third character. Okay, the rejection one sounds like Masamune Kun's revenge. Yeah, yeah, it does kind of sound like that. Okay, so um, right now I think Uh, these are my two favorites. Yeah, no, I know. Too much like a silent voice, so you make it the best friend. Yeah, yeah. No, I got that. But okay, so if we have one of those two um for one of the characters, so all right, maybe just get rid of that. Wait, what? How is this happening? All right. Okay. So now we got to figure out the situation for love interest number two. I think so going by the domestic girlfriend formula, you have one that is a strong, uh, that is a stronger connection right out the gate, right? You know, crush on his teacher, right? Crush on Hina. Okay, that's the strong connection. Then there's the convenience happenstance connection, right? Rui, girl he lost his virginity to. Ideally, you want them both to have similar energy that, adds to add spice to the mix and pulling in different directions, right? So, if we go with either one of these kind of the either caught their exes cheating on them with each other, right? Or exes from when they were cringy like middle schoolers. Uh, Both of those occupy a semi-similar vein. It would change the dynamic between them a bit. One has more opportunity for them, already being kind of like cool with each other. I think actually. Although, hang on. We also okay. In addition to the uh, strongest versus or more history with the connection um, versus the circumstantial connection, there's also the question of positive or not, right? If we go with say, because I'm really preferring this one. They used to be exes when they were cringy middle schoolers and all that stuff, right? Cool, 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 cool. That is a very strong negative attraction, right? Which could make things complicated if you have with the Hina Rui thing, right? There was positive attraction to both of them, not to the same magnitude, but it was still positive for both of them, even though the situation was negative, right? Natsuo is in love with Hina. There you go. He lost his virginity with Rui, even if nothing else is going to happen there or whatever. All right. Both the lovers are extroverts. So, with this, if you have one very strong negative connection, right? What do you want for the other one for maximum drama? Maybe. I was gonna say maybe the second love interest is someone that they're already in a relationship with, but I don't know. Then that would feel like there'd only be one. Like things tend to get less interesting in a drama after people are in a relationship. So that would kind of make it where, like, that would make the protag probably just seem douchey if they're actually like attracted to the other person, right? And stuff ends up happening there. But that's only one avenue for potential progress in the traditional sense, right? A 1 year senpai who asked him out before graduation but only knows him from after buried all the cringe stuff. Sure. That could. Okay, so let's start writing down some ideas here. Okay. The second love interest is a long lost sibling and they already banged. Maybe NTR. I mean, hmm. I like the idea of their so the Rui situation from Domestic Girlfriend. That's oh, this is the person I lost my virginity with. That's a bit tougher. That's a bit tougher. I feel like um to copy and have its own identity. Um, but but the Hina situation. I have a crush on this person who I shouldn't have a crush on. That I feel like is a lot more universal and easy to translate and have take on a different form. So if you have something like that, because the other thing you want to keep in mind is making sure that the protagonist has something that they strongly desire. That way, they not that they have agency in the story, but that they'll be motivated to take action. That they'll be actually driving the story. A proactive protagonist rather than reactive, right? They'll be reactive in the sense that crazy things will be happening, but they're still actually trying to make things happen, right? Not so in the beginning of Domestic Girlfriend. He wants to get with Hina. He doesn't know what this whole situation is, but okay, he knows that things aren't good for her in her current relationship, right? There's all of these struggles and obstacles that he has to overcome, right? Well, if it's a crush that shouldn't be, maybe have a power dynamic with the love interest. Yeah, I was thinking like, so okay, if we go to relationship dynamic ideas, uh, so let's see. Let's see. 2, 4. Okay, so childhood friend. This could absolutely be 1. This could be 2, but lost virginity 2. Not related, but now enemies to lovers 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, this could theoretically work with 2. That could theoretically work with 2. That could work with 2. I kind of really like this one. The boss. No. Yeah, that sort of works with 1, maybe 2. Um, helping each other get with the person they like. I feel like that'd be might complicate. Might be too many characters. Uh, this could also work. Has there ever been an anime with multiple X's? Maybe the second love interest is the crush from high school, and he is in good terms with, but they just broke up due to going to different colleges. I mean, that could be fun, but then what would be the way that they'd like be brought into the story? Because ideally, because the thing that's the reason why I like the crush or the ex for love interest number one is because if that's something that was from like when they were kids and they were stupid and it was like, oh, they're cute, you know, then you can have a situation where from a sexual angle they haven't been with the other person, right? So, you know, so it's the, oh, we were nervous around each other and all that stuff and all that, but nothing actually really happened. So you can still have it feel like when they start potentially getting into a relationship or the idea of a relationship is on the table, it doesn't feel like it would just be retreading old ground, right? And if it's something where they're a bit more developed, if it's something like high school, they were able to end it amicably, there's less energy, you know, possibility with that. Yeah, exactly. It's an unfamiliar new thing. I mean, while the main couple is getting to know each other, Protag could start getting interested into the second one. Maybe even starts dating them. Meet through a shared interest, like she's a counselor for his major or something. Okay, so this could theoretically work for two. Okay. If you want a Rui situation, if you want spice and you want power dynamics, sex worker would definitely bring that. And that would be okay. It could theoretically be also a really fun contradiction or opposite in that on the one hand you've got the childhood like crush relationship X, right? And then you have the sex worker that the person sees regularly or something. And that has opportunity for secrets and like hmm I'll have to think on that one. The childhood friend is the sex worker. Oh, 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 that's. Oh, 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 shit. Oh, shit. That would be. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, that's spicy. That's spicy. That also could be a great tagline, right? I'm blushing right now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh huh. Uh huh. Spicy, but in a cringe way. I could feel my spine curling up. Well, so okay. So, hmm. Huh. All right, I'm just looking through the rest of the stuff. Okay. Why make something so sad? I would rather jerk off to Dark Souls. Oh, it's absolutely bad end material. Yeah. Oh. Hmm. Okay. So now, hear me out here. Hear me out here. Where we go? So, so. Similarly, the second love interest could be his favorite porn star, and he meets her in college or something. He pretends like he doesn't know her, and they get close because he kind of knows her personality from her videos. That maybe, but I really like the dynamic of the incredibly like fucked dynamic of childhood friend, sex worker, and then ooh, there is so much spice that can come from this. I can feel the spicy scenes just writing themselves with this one. Yeah, yeah, uh huh, uh huh, uh huh. Yep, yep. Second girl should somehow polarize the childhood friend. No, 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 no. Second girl is the childhood friend. I hope you know that I've written several lewd quests before. And this is just making me want to go and write vanilla shit to counter the bad juju you are bringing into this world. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So, so this is love interest 2, delightfully spicy. Delightfully spicy. By comparison, love interest 1 has to step it up. Well, no, no. So this isn't necessarily like I know there was winner loser above them. I eliminated that because I'm like, no, I don't want to even think of it that way. These are just the 2 love interests, but love interest 1 does need to be upgraded. A story about a normal, decent guy who gets body swapped into an ugly bastard and tries to fix the marriages of 4 women the ugly bastard was seeing. Oh, as a for the sweet wholesome thing to counterbalance this. But childhood friend is guaranteed loser? Not necessarily. No, that's how it almost always is for childhood friends. But like, if you think about it, they're both kind of childhood friends. It's just that one of them was like childhood ex. Clearly, the only way to upgrade the story is to make it Gundam. So, okay. Axel and both were cringy middle schoolers, now roommates. Oh, and this is also great because then both could have secrets that they need to keep from each other because okay. Oh man. Oh man. So, okay. Yeah, we're the writer. We have the power to decide who wins exactly. Hmm. History. History. Okay. So, all right. Let's hang on. Let's go over uh all right. Uh Okay. Is there an antagonist involved? Um, no, no. There doesn't need to be an antagonist. This is enough of a disaster. The situation is the antagonist. Okay. Um, hmm. Okay. All right. So, we got the secrets started to be listed out. So now, love interest 1. How do we up the spice? How do we up the spice? Um Maybe they're in a bad relationship right now. And so then it's like, it makes it even worse, right? Because then it's oh, this has to be witnessed by the person that like, already saw me in my cringy phase and everything and I wouldn't want to have to like interact with. But um, you know, like I think that my boyfriend is cheating on me and yet I don't know what to do about it, right? Or something like that. Love interest 1 is best friends with love interest 2, but love interest 2 hasn't told her that she is a sex worker. Okay, wait. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, this could be a bit too domestic girlfriend. This could be a bit too domestic girlfriend. But hear me out. Hear me out. Let me know what you think about this. Although if that's the case, some of the secrets would break down of like knowing about past relationships and things. Yeah, yeah, you can't be a sister childhood friend without also being a childhood friend. Yeah, no, that's a great point. That's a great point. Yeah, and it's better if love interest 2 is the only childhood friend. Yeah. Yeah, that's a bit too domestic. Okay, okay. So, all right, love interest 1. How do we make love interest 1 spicier? Oh, okay. Uh, What if love interest 1 likes designing cosplay that she sells online, which love interest 2 buys to use for her job? Ooh, ooh. Love interest 1 develops a crush on love interest 2. That could work. That could work. I was thinking about that earlier, but I didn't mention it because I wasn't sure if it would make things too complicated. Would this be the thing where we would actually, where the happy ending, the subverting expectations happy ending, would actually just be that they all just have a three-way together? Yeah, it perfectly opens up the route for a threesome. Yeah. Yeah. And that could cause tons of drama along the way because then you have two different triangles, right? Sorry, not too complicated. I mean, yes, it could theoretically get too complicated, but if it's complicated in a way that removes energy from the situation, then that could theoretically be bad, right? Because if she also has a crush on L2, right, then what happens if they just like, why don't they just realize, oh, hey, what if we were just all a thing, right? The happy ending is that they both ditch the protag. No, 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 no. Well, I mean, okay, theoretically, but nah, because because you want to be able to root for all the characters, even if the situation is awful. The characters are making terrible decisions, all that sorts of stuff. NTR ending. Hmm. No, 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 no. Because okay, so one of the all right, because this is also one of my big priorities with this. One of the things that can make things automatically more fun for me to write is if it bucks convention in little ways, right? Yes, you can have the short uh the short blue-haired girl actually like get a happy ending, Um things like that. You do actually have the threesome happen, you know. Well, if you want to make things complicated, I'd throw out making love interest 3 someone who saw the protagonist while he was in a cringe persona and developed a crush on that. Wait, so love interest 2 you mean? The childhood friend that's now a sex worker? Because if they were a childhood friend, they would have seen them during the times when they were cringe. Protag has to win them back as a couple and they tease him. Ooh, that could be fun. That could be fun. How can we tie in the X cringe of L1 into this? I feel like that would be an interesting character flaw that could make her more spicy. Um, God, L1 gave up a scholarship for Protag when they were dating. Oh no. L1 has some sort of secret job, like she is a YouTuber or streamer, but doesn't want to tell anyone. I feel like we kind of already have the secret job thing with Li2. I mean, well, okay. So the giving up a scholarship, the thing with that is that the the relationship was when they were like, junior high or something like that, right? Like real young. Also, how precious are we about the whole cringe business? I mean, cringe is just a lack of proper mindset. The one is a cult member. Okay, I think that'd be a bit much. Yeah, I don't think you'd lose a scholarship in middle school. Yep, exactly. Um, I was going to say the third one actually, since I didn't want to stack things unfairly against love interest 1. Yeah, no, how does a third love interest even fit into this? Oh my god. There's already so much happening here. There is already so much happening here, but we do like if we can fit a Momo into this somehow, that would be amazing. What if L2 had a crush on L1, but L1 turned her down to date MC? No, no. I don't I don't want Li1 and Li2 to have previously known each other. Like or if they did, it was distant because like Protag was childhood friend with Li2. So when Li1 and Protag were in a relationship, Li1 might have, you know, like crossed paths like briefly with Li2. No one keeps her going to L2. Sex work a secret? No, no, no. Because the whole point is that the Protag is currently a customer of Li2, but Li1 doesn't know that. That's the secret that they both share to keep from Li1, right? Ooh, okay. To reiterate, Love Interest 3. She saw the protagonist acting out a cringe persona and took him completely seriously. She fell for him, but doesn't recognize the protagonist because his hair dye has since washed out. That, oh. Okay, okay, I kind of like that. That is very that's very Nino from Quince actually. No, 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 no. No, no, you got to have the budding relate. You got to have the budding crush, right? It's not that Li1 starts out with feelings for Li2. That's a twist development, right? Li1 might need to be psycho in some way. Um mm, okay, okay. If I was to do something like that, I would need a reason for why that's happening, not just as something to be tacked on. Like maybe severe like confidence issues and stuff because of the breakup. Ooh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I like that. So Li1 is now very straight laced, serious, then overcorrection to her cringe. Absolutely trying to pretend it never happened. Absolutely trying to pretend it never happened, and that's why the whole relationship thing and all that stuff is a secret. Ooh, um, so if they got in a relationship because of the cringy aspects, that could maybe be the way in which the flame starts to be kindled again. You know, because the arc for them is that they come to accept that. You know, although that could butt in on Love Interest 3. Hey, Mystery Sully, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Wow. Thank you. L1 is a giant prude then? Um. Oh, wait, that's secrets. I am shipping Li1. You know we're making progress when we're starting shipping wars with the love interests. Yes. Yes. Needs more tentacles? Nah. Does she still have interest in that stuff but represses it? If so, it would be an amazing interaction with Love Interest 3, who wholesomely, genuinely likes that stuff. Sure, okay, okay. Hang on. Hmm. No, I like the idea of trying to make there be extra spice with it, but I feel like that's too specific. Um, Weirdly enough, that's too much coincidence with the coincidences that make conflict happen or that make interesting things happen in the story. Cool, but there's a fine line between that and like things that are conflict, but it's more just conflict that stops progress rather than being something that's like entertaining and engaging. And that could also just end up like making it too serious or too much about sex work, you know? I want Li2 to be a super shy girl as a child. I mean, okay. Uh like yeah, I mean I don't know about super shy, but like the anytime you find out that your childhood friend is now a sex worker, that's going to be surprising. But like seems completely opposite from how she was back then, you know? I feel like we're tying a lot into the characters' pasts, so probably a lot. Wait. Oh yeah, for how much flashbacks? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So slightly different thing here. All right. And I'll put this up at the top. That's too far down. Okay. Um so we take the hook aspect of from Domestic Girlfriend of Rui and Natsuo banging as the this story is about sex. Sex will happen in this story, progress will happen, and all that, as the establishment of the situation with the main characters, right? Even though you don't know that the that Li2 is going to be a main character in the story, right? Um, show protag is about it involves sex and that protag has issues. Yeah, maybe not like the student council exactly. Like I feel like that's a bit too high school, but also a bit too like anime high school. Um, but definitely being like, well, yeah, very straight laced and serious as an overcorrection to a cringe. Yeah. Okay, so start paid sex. All right, there you go. Spice. Um. Uh. Short. College life. Establishing bits that also showcases Li1's presence at school and how awkward that is for both of them. Right? So you get that so that it's like, okay, sex work, oh wow, okay. And then you go to school, right? Go to college, all that stuff, you know. And then you get to the okay, dorm time, right? Hmm. Actually, okay, hang on. It would be weird if it wasn't established here that. Hmm. Okay, okay, okay. So, here's what I'm thinking. Little verbal external processing here. Starting with paid sex with Li2. All right, cool. However, we need the additional context of what the relationship is with Li2. You can start with paid sex, but if you start introducing additional elements later, that might make it feel a bit more weird. So, what if in media res to protag finding out about Li2's now being a sex worker? That way you have the stakes established for this character, right? So that it's the oh shit, that's a dynamic. Oh, and hint at Protag's crush. Then you and this kind of follows the structural format of Domekano. Starting with sex, grab the reader's attention, make sure they know what the story's about. And media res to then, oh shit, no, reveal right out the gate. This is the old childhood friend that you know, like run into after a long time, and oh shit, they're a sex worker, right? And oh shit, protag might have had a crush on them or something and is now actually like paying their childhood friend for sex, right? Then from all of that, you go to okay, regular life. What is this protag's regular life like? Okay, they go to college. Yeah, they do all this stuff, whatever. All right, cool. Oh shit. Would he know she's the childhood friend before or after the sex? Okay. After's more shocking. So if he doesn't know, would she know? Yeah, okay, so okay. Okay. As far as order, you could have it be something where um protag is going to be paying for sex. Oh no, it's my childhood friend. They recognize each other when like goes into the room, or something like that, right? Cuz I okay. I feel like it'd be kind of hard for them to not realize it, you know? Right. Yeah. So as the plot hook, we're starting with Protag deciding to hire a sex worker no matter what, and he gets Li2. Exactly. And then it's awkward and all that stuff, but it's like, okay, whatever, right? You know, let's just, it's the, okay, we just won't make this weird. All right, and just, okay, do it and go, right? Okay, so, all right. Ooh, have something where it, oh man. Okay. So you, hmm, hmm. So yeah, okay. So David, I feel like this could potentially be too much, but I like the idea of it potentially, where it's the okay, gonna hire a sex worker, see some people and is like, oh, I'll choose that person. Maybe they don't really know why they chose that person. Maybe it's because it's the you know like lingering feelings or whatever, something like that, right? Right, exactly. Chooses Li2 because she reminds him of herself, and then oh shit, then he like sees some you know birthmark or or scar or things or something like that while they're going at it. That's like, oh, oh fuck, oh fuck. All right, okay. All right. Okay. So, media res through protag hiring Li2 for sex work because she reminds him of herself. Sees something mid sex that confirms shit, it's actually her. Okay. So let's add this to the secret. Wait, where's the secrets? Hooks. Here we go. Okay. Ooh, okay. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Right, because it's the she's on the job, right? She's not going to tell the customer like, Yeah, 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 yeah. Mhm. Oh, totally. Yeah, she'd absolutely be using an alias for her job. Absolutely. And so that's how you could have progression on both fronts, right? Because on the one hand, it's the wait, is this actually my childhood friend? Or do they just remind me of them? And then on the other side of, yeah, yeah, okay, okay. And he becomes a regular because of the memory. Yeah. And then it's the, oh, and then they become roommates. Yes, yes. Oh my god. As Bitch Sensei said, it's awkward if a hostess suddenly has to entertain her dad. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so, establish that he starts visiting her regularly. Then we go into college life, establishing bits, all that stuff, right? And then Li1's presence at the school. Oh shit, it's awkward. Regular life stuff, right? And then dorm time. Oh yeah, such a train wreck. It kind of sounds like Love Interest 2 is actually going to be written as the first love interest. Like the canon end one. I mean, who knows? It could end in a three-way, right? Okay. No, just the one that the MC meets first. Oh yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh man. Wait, okay. Do we want to keep the pro tag as recognizing? So, okay. Do we want to make it so that the pro tag doesn't actually realize that Li2 is his childhood friend? And it's just that she reminds him of, her, right? And then have that be something that he ends up needing to figure out. In terms of the story being a train wreck of characters, think that there's a graph in which the more train wreck it is, the more interesting it becomes, up to a certain point at which the train wrecks stop being interesting because at this point it's just silly. Yes, that is very true. Right. And to be honest, I feel like we're fast approaching that point. Yeah. Go the route of Li2 or some sort of disguise during sex work, wig, makeup. Oh, but then like when they run into each other in like as roommates, then they don't have they're not all dolled up or whatever, and then he's like, "Wait, shit. Wait, hold on. Hang on." And then that's when he makes the connection. For playing it as Li2's childhood personality being very different, I can see him just not expecting it. Sure. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it comes yeah, realization comes at the same time as the roommate twist. Okay. All right. And then from here, there, yeah, this is, I would say this is definitely like busting at the seams as far as spice that can be fit into situations. And then it's okay, the story starts from here. Oh, man. Oh, man. oh, 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 shit. I really love this setup. I really love this setup. Like this is so just set up for disaster. Absolute disaster. Where would a where would a doomed to fail third love interest even come in here? We do need to help Li1 though. She needs love. That's true. Not so first time. Yeah, Li1. Okay. The fact that no, no, the secrets. Okay. All right. So we are doing this, but that's something that wouldn't get introduced right away. So we need to have something extra for the beginning to make sure that um, the fact that Li1 isn't ghost pepper spicy is the appeal, though. Okay, true. Yes, also that. Yes. Uh, sure. Maybe just make all of this. You'd think that would make her the Momo though, the safe to date option. Maybe. So okay. All right. Hear me out. Hear me out. We don't have the reveal of the roommate situation happen at the same time. Now that could make for some weird counterplay where then it feels like one is the bigger main more important reveal or something that could then have like a connotation of like who's the main girl versus who isn't, you know? Um whereas the both at once does have a very particular impact. But let's say if you have this situation where Li1 is in a bad relationship and then Protag witnesses it because of the roommate situation, right? Yeah, one could move in earlier and the other comes right before classes start. Exactly. So then, even if it was on the same day, maybe, right? So that's a situation where, like, because Li2 is so unbelievably ghost pepper spicy, right? That could easily dominate the social space and sphere of attention of the audience to where then Li1 doesn't actually get the time to breathe, right? So we have the stuff with Li2 at the beginning for the initial just outset spice, all that stuff, right? Introduce Li1 as a character, They're roommates. Oh shit. Bad relationship stuff starts happening. No, 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 not trying to get her into the same line of work as Li2. No, no, no. Like the like I'm thinking, okay. I'm thinking cheating partner. She knows the partner's cheating, doesn't know what to do about it, etc. Right? And it's this whole thing. It's this whole very messy thing. And then in the middle of all of that messiness, then she has to deal with the fact that, oh fuck, you're the person that I'm roommates with, right? And so that can kind of showcase how there could be a level of seriousness to the conflict in addition to the ridiculousness of the spice of like the Li2 situation, right? And then when it's like it couldn't get any worse. Oh, oh no, oh no, Synchronia. Oh, oh. Okay. I never wanted my name to precede such a cry of dread. Okay. That almost feels like it could be too much if Protag saw them. If they don't, hmm. Yeah. Okay. So, okay, so if you're up for it, if you're up for it, Rowan, I would like to go into that a bit. Like if you're up for sticking around a little longer. So, which part of it? Is it that Protag saw the partner of Li1 visiting Li2, or is it just the fact that the partner of Li1 is has been a customer of Li2 at all? Yeah, constructive feedback. Yeah, 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 yeah. Because we are taking this seriously. Although they might have already headed out. So, okay. To the rest of you, constructive feedback, right? It's perfect. You could see the guy on his way out. Potentially, potentially, but yeah, and that could be a way that you could have an antagonist in the story, right? Like someone who knows things that isn't secure as far as secrets and things like that. It's that Li1's partner has hit Li2 at all. Started hidden incestuous massive entanglement. Okay, cool, 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 cool. I can see that. I can see that. I like the idea of the separation. Yeah. Yeah, that would be pushing it a bit much. That would be pushing it a bit much. Yeah. That's true. It could also make the story too centered around Li2. Yeah, you don't want Li1 to feel like a an ancillary or support character to Li2's story. That is a great point. That is a great point. Got to keep things balanced. Because no, like if you have love triangles, no one likes love triangles where it's like you might be going to a different sex worker. Okay, sure. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It'd be like too much stuff, right? Can be something completely unrelated, you know. But even this, uh, some you accept for the story to exist, others you can't handle because it's like, dude, come on. That is a great point. That is a great point. You know what? Yeah. No, no. Let's. So okay, because we also one of the important things about spice is that you don't want it to be just spice. You got to have the contrast with the spice. So if Li1 is the more like yeah, a different sex worker who was murdered, dun dun dun. Yeah, no, no, no. So right, don't want the story to end up just being about sex work, right? So regular situation. All right. Right. So Protag witnesses the situation of Li1 needing to deal with the fact that they know that their partner is cheating, and yet they can't really like they don't know if they can call them out on it, right? And so that can be a um but doesn't have the courage to them out on it. Because of the roommate situation, Protag witnesses all of it. This is something where it's then forced vulnerability, right? Vulnerability in a way that they did not ask for, they did not, give assent to, right? And then that's where you get to like the tender, like the or not necessarily the tender, the put well, okay, tender not necessarily in a sweet way, but in like a this hurts way, right? Actual pain, not just crazy ridiculous situation, right? Because that can be a way where you end up having something where even though the protag has a crush on Li2, there's still an okay, I actually want to write this down. This way, even even though protag has crush on Li2, they are still developing emotional connection to Li1. Sure, Li1's boyfriend is just closet gay or something. Yeah. And maybe they think that they're cheating, but it's actually that they're not. Sure, or maybe he's just insecure with how competent Li1 is, so he's kind of looking for someone less capable. Yeah, yeah. But then this is where the serious stuff comes in, and then uh, so the edit of this. Li1's drama. Okay, so with this 5 point hook, first bit for the story. Three of them involve Li2. Li2 gets the first one and the last one. Li1 gets 3 and 4. That does seem a bit weighted. That kind of gives me vibes of the like first girl on scene, therefore like most important, you know? Hmm. Yeah, it is kind of becoming her show. No, that is not what I'm aiming for. Nope. So, huh. I'm wondering if maybe Li2 could just be waited and like waited to be introduced until later. But if they're still the one that's shown at the very beginning as like an establishing bit for the show as a whole, right? Then that's kind of hmm. Okay. It needs more emotional development for Li1. Li2 is interesting because of the holy shit factor so far. Okay. So here's a thought. What if we change the order for this up? So right now we've got it opening with paid sex with Li2, right? That's strong. That's gripping. That packs a punch and it gets to the point very quickly, right? However, what if we did it a little bit different? Granted, it's different for books than for movies and TV shows. Movies with at the very least TV shows, you can generally assume that the person's going to watch the entire first episode, right? So you can be a bit more relaxed with when you put the things in there that are going to grab the audience's attention. With a book, you kind of have to grab their attention in like the first sentence if you can, right? Was never in a relationship with Li2. You mean Li1? So yes, exactly. Right. Uh, Li2 spice more than makes up for not being there physically. So if we start with okay. Oh, whoops. That's um. What the fuck? Stop it. Where did it go? 610. Okay, there we go. All right. So if we move these around to something like that. So um, okay. If it's done this way, start with college life, right? Oh, new school year, whatever, situation like that. Um, that's a much more standard opening, standard approach. And then suddenly, oh, hey, there's this person that's like that's an X and all that stuff. So, okay, sure, makes more sense for her to show up early because she's more college and career focused. That is absolutely true. So, this whole situation happens. If there is a way for then, as a result of all of these things happening, we then have protagonist going and paying Li2 for sex, right? Mm, yeah, but then it would be kind of weird if then she shows up at the dorm like immediately after. Like, uh, mm. So, okay. One of the other things that I could see being a bit more difficult if you have the Li2 introduction be later is that since the protag um, had a crush on Li1, on Li2, but they also had a past relationship with Li1. Ooh. Well, okay, I'll get to that. Finish the thought. Um, then that can make it seem more like shoehorned in if it's the, oh, here's a person from your past. Well, here's someone that reminds you from another person from your past. Oh, and by the way, they are actually that person from your past. That can make it kind of wonky if with this kind of different organization of things. What if Li1 is making fun of him, calling him a virgin when they reunite at the dorm, and that is the motivation for paying for sex? I like it. Hmm. Nah. Seems less spicy and more complicated. Bandy Green Sacks. Maybe divide the drama with Li1 to after point three. Point four is the breakup with the cheating bastard. Okay, so um, then and maybe so if we drop here, whether through like internal monologue or or something like that, that the protag had a crush on Li2, right? Or not Li2 like specifically as that person because she hasn't been introduced yet, but there was this other girl that he had a crush on, right? And it's the the whole situation with Li1 is the oh we were young, we were stupid, we were cringe, all of this stuff. It just was, ah, right? Then, as a result of the conversation of Li1 being able to push his buttons, He then is like, okay, well, I'm not going to be a virgin anymore. I'm gonna hire a sex worker, right? Through serendipitous happenstance, it ends up being Li2. Doesn't recognize her, but she feels familiar. There you go, right? That happens. And he's like, haha, I got one over on her, right? Not on Li2, but Li1 of like, not a virgin anymore, but okay, and well, I was a virgin this late, all that stuff, right? Then you go to dorm time, and this is also a way that it would help establish Li1 as being someone who is actually in direct conflict with the protag, right? Um, like where it's actually like they kind of hate each other. That them being around each other and interacting just is awful. Yes, that way it's a more prickly, hostile, like kind of relationship between the two of them. Yeah. Then we get dorm time. Bureaucratic fuck up. Oh shit, your roommates. Fuck. This very much gives the vibe, I would say, that Li1 is the main character, right? Is the main character. She's the established character. There's the most conflict with her. The idea of Li2 is just sort of like a this other thing, right? Tangential. Oh wait. Uh this doesn't this doesn't really fit anymore. But we don't necessarily need it because wasn't one of the MC traits being a Chad? We're drifting into rent a girlfriend territory here. Okay. All right, so remove this. So there's the idea of the protag um, losing his virginity to Li2 without realizing it's her as a result of the shit that Li1 basically threw at him. I haven't seen Rent a Girlfriend. I only know a little bit about it, but yeah, definitely going for Chad rather than lame-o protagonist, right? What if instead it being losing his virginity here, maybe it's actually just that like this is his bad habit basically, and he's been seeing Li2 like, well, no, you'd want the first visit to be. I feel like you'd want the first visit to be something that the audience gets to see, because then you also get to see Li2's response to it if she recognizes him. Right, so he's been seeing sex workers, and then, ooh, okay, maybe it could be he's been seeing sex workers. All right, all right, all right. One after and with Li1 pushed his buttons, but so make it not just be coincidence, but make him maybe choose her. Sure, yeah. Yeah, okay. That's a good point. He's a virgin that kind of goes into the yeah, pathetic loser gets wish fulfillment type stuff. Okay, yeah. So it's actually that it's the no, this is a thing. This is his vice, right? And then it ends up getting into crazy territory. He's already been seeing sex workers, but meeting Li1, possibly even hearing that she has a boyfriend, causes him to remember his old crush on Li2. He ends up choosing a role in that mood. I think I already said that. But okay, that thought process. I like it because it makes it something that is his decision and based on his agency, right? With meeting with Li2. Hmm. It becomes less coincidence and more indirect causation. Yeah. And don't worry, I don't think you could possibly get as pathetic as the Rent a Girlfriend MC, who's jacked off multiple times to the thought of himself getting NTR'd even after the girls in the story are basically throwing themselves at him. Oh my god. Oh my god. No offense to either protagonist, but I low key forgot the Chad thing and already assumed he was a loser because I subbed in Not So on my mind. Come. Hmm. 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 Yeah, no, I feel like the loser thing. I feel like that's a fairly easy fix. That's a fairly easy fix. There are multiple chapter long sex fantasies in that series of that exact thing happening. God damn. Okay, so yeah, I don't want to do the. I very much. I know the Li1 archetype very much fits into the traditional like girl snaps and goes crazy kind of a thing, but I don't want that. I don't want to do that here. I don't like that. Um, that trope. Okay, so my brain is starting to cook a little bit. I'm probably going to end the stream fairly soon. This is the other main thing that I'd want to figure out. Miko Ino is a good example of the direction I think we've set on with Li1. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Um, so we've got the secrets list, which might need to be updated because of stuff, but whatever. Can do that later. Yeah, very strict, very repressed. Yep. So, um, This might be not the best way of there's probably a better way of phrasing it, but no, it's not. No. What the fuck? Okay. All right. No. Enter, not shift enter. Okay. Um uh uh um so we've got all the secrets and everything, and you know, not everyone knowing what's going on and all that stuff, right? Um so my desire is Li1 and protag accepting past cringy selves and maybe being more open, less repressed because of it. Yes, right. Okay, so uh um this is too general. Uh hmm. See if Emily. Will this be continued? I don't know. I do not know. Um, this whole stream was very much a like crazy idea where I was like, oh yeah, that could be fun. Um, and the goal, you know, is to use this as a thing that I could then work on and write with and just sort of have fun with. Um, but writing this doesn't like writing the ideas of this that works as a stream. Doing the actual writing of the moment by moment, less so, because then that's something where then I need to basically just be focusing and putting words to paper rather than like getting, in the moment feedback from chat with regards to how it's planned and structured, you know? It would be kind of disappointing if we don't continue at least things like this, maybe with different prompts. Well, okay, here's a question. let's say I write this. Let's say I write this. In to whatever degree or extent that I write this, would you guys actually be interested in reading it? Like, would you guys be interested in seeing it? You know, you helped me come up with a lot of this stuff. Like, is this something that you guys would actually want to have access to? 1000%. Yeah, that'd be cool. Okay, certainly. Cool, cool, cool. Maybe a first chapter reading and we can discuss. Okay, yeah. I like that. It'd be rough, but yeah. I generally don't like letting letting people see like first drafts of things, you know? For me, no. But that's because I've more than had my fill of domestic girlfriend. Well, hey, thank you, Psychronia. You're with that in context. I'm valuing your input even more because yeah, I know that domestic girlfriend is not for everybody. You know, literally can't be worse than some of the manga with a similar premise, and I'll be more than happy to tell you when to stop. Cool, cool, cool. I would also like to see the process, to be honest. I tried to write a story, but have had a very hard time with it. Okay, okay. Just got here. Don't read most of this stuff, but I would read it out of out of courtesy. Okay. I was originally a writer in an isekai script and had drawn up characters. Oh, nice. If anything, it goes to show how much this project is already resembling Domestic Girlfriend while doing different things. So, goal achieved. Hey, there you go. Yeah, I mean that's the goal. Do something with so much gusto and disaster to it that sometimes people just can't help to look can't help watching. Yeah. The science of the train wreck. Just imagine me like that Gene Wilder gift from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. No, stop. Come back here. Hi, I just subbed this month. Glad to catch your streams as I am busy most Mondays and Tuesdays. Well, welcome, Dr. Necro. Welcome. Glad to have you here. If you just subbed this month, make sure to, if you haven't already, if you're not on our Discord, to sync up your Twitch and Discord accounts, because then that'll get you on our private Discord. Yeah, but great to have you. Welcome, welcome. Like the sequel Dojin 2, My Little Sister Can't Be This Cute. Oh yeah, the sequel Dojin. Yeah, no, the 10 years later and they're all grown up. That one is pretty good. Yeah. Like I said earlier, this space requires some serious innovation. Yes. Absolutely. Okay. Well, oh man, I'm just imagining the light novel title right now. This is I feel like we made a lot of progress, and all the lists of like the tags and settings and stuff like that is ammunition that I can use. I'm already on the Discord, but I'm unsure if I am synced. Okay, well, if you're not a patron, if you're not subbing to us on Patreon and you're on the Discord, then that means you probably have them synced. All right. That was a lot. That was a lot. Oh. Yeah, well, see, Psychronia, I hired a sex worker to take my mind off my girlfriend from a dark past, but she turned out to be my first love. That's just LI2's half of the story, right? You forget and then I turn out to be college roommates with both of them. But okay. Take care, everybody. Oh, I will see you tomorrow. Man, this stream took a lot out of me. Whew. Oh boy. Yeah, but that's not the interesting bit. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. Take care.